interchange on the right. Half a mile, take the interchange on the right. Take the interchange on the right.
Box is about to unplug. Sunday morning unpopped. An hour of acoustic pop rock from the 90s and 2000s.
When the days are cold and the cards all fold and the saints we see are made of gold, dreams all fail and the ones we hail are the worst of all, and the bloods run stale. I wanna hide the truth, I wanna shelter you, but with the beast inside, there's nowhere we can hide. No matter what we breathe, we still are made of greed. This is my kingdom come, this is my kingdom come. When you feel my heat, look into my eyes. It's where my demons hide, it's where my demons hide. Don't get too close, it's dark inside. It's where my demons hide, it's where my demons hide. At the curtains chorus, the last of all. When the lights fade out, all the sinners crawl. They dug your grave in the masquerade, calling out of the mess you've made. I don't wanna let you down, but I am hellbound. Though this is all for you, I don't wanna hide the truth. No matter what we breathe, we still are made of greed. This is my kingdom come, this is my kingdom come. When you feel my heat, look into my eyes. It's where my demons hide, it's where my demons hide. Don't get too close, it's dark inside. It's where my demons hide, it's where my demons hide. They say it's what you make, I say it's up to fate. It's woven in my soul, I need to let you go. Your eyes, they shine so bright, I wanna say that lie. I can't escape this now, unless you show me how. When you feel my heat, look into my eyes. It's where my demons hide, it's where my demons hide. Don't get too close, it's dark inside. It's where my demons hide, it's where my demons hide.
In 300 feet, turn right.
Your Sunday nice and slow. And let us help. Pop Rocks Unpopped.
Siren time.
right. In a quarter of a mile, make a U-turn.
Our back catalog has moved behind a paywall. Recent episodes remain free, but older ones will require a Wondery Plus subscription. With Wondery Plus, you get access to the full American Scandal archive, ad-free, plus early access to new seasons and more. Join Wondery Plus in the Wondery app or on Apple Podcasts. It's a September evening in 1956. 29-year-old Herbert Stempel darts around his apartment in Queens, New York, frantically dusting tabletops and fluffing pillows to spruce the place up for an important guest. And as he begins stacking his wife's collection of Life magazines into a neat pile on the coffee table, he hears the knock at the door. Stempel's heart skips a beat. He knows who it is. Dan Enright, TV producer for the quiz show 21. A few weeks ago, Stempel applied to be a contestant on the show. He has a remarkably high IQ and a photographic memory, so if he could get on the show, he thought he'd have a decent shot at winning some money. Even though his wife's family is already wealthy, he doesn't want to be beholden to them financially, and this could give him the independence he craves while he finishes getting his college degree. Still, Stempel knew being selected was a long shot. So he was pleasantly surprised when just an hour ago he got a call from Enright asking to meet about being cast as a contestant. The producer was so eager to get the ball rolling, he offered to come right over to Stempel's home. Stempel takes a final look around the living room before opening the door. Mr. Enright, thanks for coming by. Please call me Dan. Oh, sure thing, Dan. Come on inside. Can I get you a drink? No, thank you. I'd like to just get right down to business, if that's all right. The two men take a seat on the couch. Stempel watches as Enright opens his black briefcase and removes several stacks of rectangular note cards. Can we start with a little practice round, see how you do? You know the game, right? We give you a category and ask what level of difficulty you want, 1 to 11. 1's easiest, 11 is hardest. Yeah, I understand. What's the category? Novels. Well, I'm a big reader, so let's go for 9. Enright thumbs through the stack and begins reading from the card. All right, for 9 points, which Charles Dickens character is based on Dickens' own godfather, the shipping magnate Christopher Huffman? Well, let me first think about which of his novels involves shipping. Oh, that's great. Talk us through what you're thinking, just like that. Even if you know the answer, the audience wants to hear your process, so draw it out. Oh, okay. Well, I remember now that the novel Dombey and Son is about a family in the shipping business, so I suppose the magnate would be the patriarch of the family. His name was Paul Dombey. For 9 points, that's correct. Herb, you're a natural. Let's try another. The next category is baseball. Ooh, not my forte. I'll try for 3 points. All right, for 3 points, who was the winning team in the first World Series in 1903? Oh, geez, well, my dad loves the Yankees, and if it was them, I think he would have mentioned it. So I'm just going to guess and say it was the Detroit Tigers. I'm sorry, the correct answer is the Boston Americans. Oh, I would never have known that. Maybe we should try a different category. I'm better with things like geography or science. You got any of those? No, it's okay, Herb. This is just a practice round. We're feeling it out. I've really only got one more question for you, and it's the only one that matters. How would you like to make $25,000? $25,000? Well, who wouldn't? Then play ball with me, and I'm going to make it happen. Okay? Is 25 about what I could win if I do well on the show? Well, it's not a question of could win. You're going to win tomorrow night, and then come back as the returning champion to win again. 25 is just the minimum I see for you. It could be potentially much more. Well, I appreciate your confidence in me, and I will try my best, but I'm sure the other contestants will be plenty smart as well. Herb, I need you to listen to me carefully. I've got another stack of cards here. These are the questions we're going to ask in the actual show tomorrow. I'm going to leave them here for you, and I want you to start studying so you'll be fully prepared. You catch my drift? As Enright pulls the cards from his breast pocket and hands them over, Stempel finally understands what this meeting is about. 21 is rigged. He's not being cast as a genuine contestant, but more like an actor in a play. Looking at the cards, Stempel's mind races through all the legal and ethical implications of what Enright is proposing. But then he thinks about the money. He'd be a fool to say no to 25 grand, and all he has to do is go along with a little charade. Besides, Enright is a TV professional. If he's okay with putting on a phony game, then it must be just how things are done. So after a moment, Stempel looks up at Enright, meeting the producer's eyes. He gives Enright a little nod and says he's in. American Scandal is sponsored by Squarespace, the all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs who want to stand out and succeed online. But do you need a website? Of course you do. I mean, if you own a business, have a hobby, write a blog, run an organization, create online, create IRL, but show off your creations online, you need a website. In this day and age, your dog might need a website. So to help get you a website, and a good one, Squarespace's new Design Intelligence combines 2 decades of industry-leading design expertise with to unlayer right all code you can do Squarespace. Flash.
Here's a tip for growing your business. Get the Venture X business card from Capital One and start earning unlimited double miles on every purchase. That's right. With unlimited double miles, the more your business spends, the more miles you earn. Plus, the Venture X business card has no preset spending limit, so your purchasing power can adapt to meet your business needs. The Venture X business card also includes access to over 1,000 airport lounges. Just imagine where the Venture X business card from Capital One can take your business. Capital One. What's in your wallet? Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/VentureXBusiness.
In on the craze. Enright a show on the craze and then when the pilot September of 19 it was a flop. The contestants were unable to answer most of the trivia questions, leaving the show devoid of any drama or stakes. The show quickly new play. He would find a contestant and feed them the correct answers before the show taped, providing the continuity of a repeat channel someone viewers could get in rooting for or against week after week. Enright thought he had found that contestant in Herbert Stempel. And soon after Stempel agreed to the plan, it seemed like the perfect partnership. Enright would get his returning champion, and Stempel would get the prize money. But Stempel did not realize that he was replaceable. And as soon as the audience began losing interest in him, Enright would begin looking for his next star. This is episode 2, The Perfect Contestant. It's September 1956 in Herbert Stempel's living room. And now that Stempel has agreed to participate in the rigging of Quiz Show 21, producer Dan Enright is making sure Stempel is prepared to make his debut on tomorrow night's episode. Enright sits next to Stempel on the couch, reading off the questions he'll be asked, and Enright is impressed with the way Stempel carefully talks through every question, building suspense before he gives the correct answer. This is exactly the type of drama quiz show audiences love. So when Enright is satisfied that Stempel has the questions down cold, he moves on to the next and equally important item on his agenda, wardrobe. Enright tells Stempel he'd like to see what clothes he has in his closet to help him pick out what he might wear. So Stempel leaves Enright into the bedroom, opens his closet door, and pulls out a black pinstripe suit. He explains this was the suit he wore in his wedding, the nicest one he owns. Looking it over, Enright thinks to himself it is indeed a nice suit. Too nice. Because Enright believes that every story needs a villain, and he's casting Stempel in that role. Enright's idea is to portray Stempel as a human computer, a nerdy trivia savant, devoid of any charisma or style. Enright wants Stempel to irritate the audience so that they tune in week after week, hoping to see him lose. But Enright knows Stempel would balk at this vision, so as he flips through Stempel's closet, he keeps it to himself. Enright then pulls out a half dozen other suits and lays them on the bed. Then he steps back to look the collection over. One of the suits immediately jumps out. It's a boxy, double-breasted navy blue number that looks to be about 50 years old. Enright holds it up to Stemple's body and smiles. It screams schlubby and charmless. Enright tells Stemple he'd like him to wear this one for the show. Stemple pushes back, explaining it belonged to his father-in-law who passed away and it doesn't fit him well. In fact, he was planning to give it away to charity. Enright pauses to choose his next words carefully. He knows he can't tell Stemple that he wants to make him unlikable, but he does need to offer Stemple some sort of explanation for why he prefers this bad suit. So Enright explains that he doesn't necessarily want Stemple to look stylish for the show. He wants to portray Stemple as a cash-strapped veteran, just an ordinary guy trying to make ends meet as he works his way through college. Exactly the type of guy who would borrow his father-in-law's old suit for a TV appearance. Stemple looks unconvinced, so Enright reminds him that if they're going to be partners, they need to work together to make the most compelling television possible. Stemple should begin to think of himself as a character on a scripted program, and Enright as the director. Letting Enright pick the outfit is part of the deal, and if Stemple goes along with it, he's guaranteed to win $25,000 on the show. Stemple still is clearly not happy. He offers to put on the suit so Enright can see how bad it truly is. And while he heads to the bathroom to change, Enright notices a wristwatch on top of the dresser. It looks like the type you could buy for a dime at the Salvation Army. The band is made from fake brown leather, and the ticking is so loud that it fills the room. Enright thinks it's certainly loud enough to be picked up by the microphone in 21's isolation booth. That could be a nice touch. Not only will it complete Stemple's cheap look, the ticking sound would add suspense as the audience waits for Stemple to answer. So when Stemple returns from the bathroom, Enright tosses him the watch and stands back to look at his creation. A grin creeps across his face. Enright knows it for sure. He's just created 21's first villain. The night after his meeting with Dan Enright, Herbert Stemple makes his debut on 21. Having already been supplied with the answers beforehand, he easily wins all 3 games in the episode, earning around $9,000. And he continues to win for the next 3 weeks, again thanks to the answers provided by Enright. After a month on the show, Stemple has earned around $50,000, double what Enright originally promised him, and by far the most money he's ever earned in his life. And with Stemple's run performing well in the ratings, he's also become a bona fide celebrity. His old Army buddies call to congratulate him, and he gets plenty of positive attention from his classmates and professors at college. Stemple is on top of the world. But as his 5th appearance on 21 approaches, with another big payday in his sights, he learns that things aren't quite as they appear. On an afternoon in late October 1956, to rehearse the questions and answers for tomorrow night's show, just like he has every week before. But as they conclude this session, Stemple gathers his coat to leave, and Enright says there's something else he wants to discuss. As Stemple sits back down on the couch, you can feel the mood shift in the room. Enright begins by explaining that the show's sponsor, Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, has a weekly budget for the show. And in that budget, there's a cap on prize money that can be paid out to contestants. It's standard procedure for any game show, he says. But Stemple's eyes narrow. He doesn't like the sound of this, so he leans forward and asks Enright exactly what all this means. Enright lets out a sigh and replies that unfortunately, he's not going to be able to pay Stemple the full amount he's won on the show so far, or in future episodes. Stemple jumps to his feet. He reminds Enright that for the last month, they've been working hand in hand as partners. Enright has been to his home, met his wife. Stemple considered them to be friends. He can't believe Enright never brought this issue up before. Enright gives what feels to Stemple like a half-hearted apology and says there's nothing he can do. His hands are tied by the sponsor's budget, which is limited to $10,000 a week for contestant winnings. Anything over that would have to come directly out of the producer's pocket. Stemple feels his chest tighten in anger. Rather than lash out, he takes a breath to calm himself and tries to reason with Enright. He points out that his appearances have been a boost to ratings. Perhaps the sponsor will make an exception for their payout policy. But Enright just shakes his head. The sponsor is in this to make a profit, and they'll never change a contract to give away more money if they don't have to. Then Enright pulls a document from his desk drawer and hands it to Stemple, telling him he needs to sign it. In the document, Stemple sees exactly how the reduced payment scheme is laid out. There are tiers. If he wins between $40,000 and $60,000, Stemple will be paid only $40,000. For sums between $60,000 and $80,000, he'll receive $50,000. And for anything over $80,000, he'll just receive $60,000. Stemple rubs his temples as he thinks it over. There are no witnesses here to see him sign the paper. It's not even on official company letterhead. This whole contract feels shady and possibly right. Look it over. Anything from the if he angers produce the next episode, or he could cut Stemple so entirely here and there. And holds all the cards. Stemple needs the show much more than the show needs him. So Stemple begrudgingly signs the paper. But as he slides it back across the desk, he takes a fresh look at Enright's face. And for the first time, he starts to wonder if this man, one he considered a partner and friend, can ever really be trusted. The night after this meeting, Herbert Stemple appears on 21 again and wins the game with ease, having already been given all the answers. But even with Stemple having agreed to take a reduced payout, the show's lead producer Dan Enright and his assistant Albert Friedman soon begin discussing when and how to remove Stemple from the show. After Stemple provided an initial spike in ratings, viewership plateaued over the subsequent weeks, and by the first week of November 1956, 21 has fallen out of the top 10, lagging well behind rival quiz show The $64,000. So the producers comb through contestant applications again, looking for a replacement. But they don't find anyone that has the combination of wits and star quality they're looking for. Enright tells Friedman that he needs to be more proactive about recruiting a new star contestant. Makes it clear that Friedman's job may depend on it. Friedman hears the message loud and clear, and soon after, he meets an intriguing young man at an upscale cocktail party in Greenwich Village. That night in November 1956, Friedman mingles with a dozen other guests in the fancy living room of one of his friends' apartment. He stands in the corner sipping a Tom Collins as he surveys the room. Every time he's left home for the past week, he's kept an eye out for anyone who could make for a potential star on 21. But he's not entirely sure what he's looking for. A man, woman, young, old, upper class, blue collar, but he's hoping he'll know it when he sees it. When he finishes his drink, Friedman heads to the kitchen to make another one, and as he gets closer to the ice bucket, Friedman spots a tall, handsome man, about 30 years old, pouring a pair of drinks for himself and the young woman on his arm. At first glance, Friedman thinks this gentleman may be television-worthy, so he puts out his hand and introduces himself. Hey there, I don't think we've met. I'm Albert Friedman. Well, pleasure to meet you, Charles Van Doren. Nice party, isn't it? Yeah, it really is. Van Doren, you say? I've heard that name before. You, related to the writers Mark and Dorothy Van Doren? I am, in fact. They're my parents. Well, with those genes, you must be quite the writer yourself. Well, I don't know about that. I haven't been able to finish a novel yet. So for now, I'm a lowly English instructor at Columbia. Friedman can sense Van Doren's slight insecurity about not living up to the family's name. And perhaps this is something he can use to his advantage. We can't all be Pulitzer Prize winners, you know? I'm just a lowly TV producer myself. I work on one of those silly quiz shows, 21. I'm sorry, I've never seen it, or any quiz show for that matter. I don't even own a television. Well, you know, it's not a bad way to make a living. And I'll tell you my favorite part of the job. It's that moment at the end, when the host adds up how much the contestant has won. Oh, God, just a look on their face when they realize they've made life-changing money. We have a fellow on a winning streak right now who's made about 50 grand. Oh my goodness, that really is a lot of money. Yeah, I'm sure it's pocket change to a Van Doren, right? No, not to me it wouldn't be. That's much more than I make at Columbia. I'm barely making do with a small apartment right up the street from here. Well, then let's get you on the show. I mean, I bet you'd be great on TV. I don't play. Could I store you call? As Friedman watches Van Doren and his date return to the party, he can barely contain his excitement. At long last, he may have just found the perfect contestant. A bright, handsome young man from a famous family, one looking to make a name for himself. So he can't wait to get Van Doren into the office so he can meet Dan Enright. And once they've convinced Van Doren to play along, they can finally replace Herbert Stempel and make 21 the hit it deserves to be. American Scandal is sponsored by SelectQuote. You know that feeling when you know you've forgotten something, but can't figure out what because, duh, you've forgotten it. Was it a doctor's appointment, early release from school, a work call, your car inspection? Maybe it's life insurance, something far too many of us seem to forget about. But with SelectQuote, getting covered with the right policy for you is easier and more affordable than you may think. SelectQuote is one of America's leading insurance brokers with nearly 40 years of experience, helping over 2 million customers find over $700 billion in coverage since 1985. And that's even for those of you with pre-existing health conditions. SelectQuote partners with carriers that provide policies for a variety of health conditions. High blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease. SelectQuote has partners that can cover those conditions and others. And if you're lucky enough not to have any major health issues, they work with carriers that can get you same-day coverage with no medical exam required. Get the right life insurance for you for less at SelectQuote.com/AS. Go to SelectQuote.com/AS today to get started. That's SelectQuote.com/AS.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0.99% APR for 60 months or $7,500 EV bonus on the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Finds himself with an opportunity he never considered. Despite never having seen a TV quiz show or even owning a television, he performs well on the trivia test, and the producers are impressed with his family pedigree, handsome looks, and smooth demeanor. But what Van Doren does not know is that 21 is a rigged game, with the outcome of each episode tightly controlled by producers Dan Enright and Albert Friedman. So later that month, when Friedman invites Van Doren to his apartment to discuss his debut appearance on 21, Van Doren arrives feeling excited and nervous. He hopes that if he is in fact going to be a contestant, he'll get enough questions right to do his family proud. Friedman answers the door, but Van Doren is immediately puzzled to see a worried look on Friedman's face. Charles, thanks for coming. I need to talk to you about something, and I didn't want to do it on the phone. Oh goodness, is everything all right? Yeah, just come in. The two men take a seat on Friedman's couch as they talk. Here's the thing. Our current champion, this guy, Herbert Stempel, we just got a call from the sponsor, and they want him off the show as soon as possible. We thought we'd have more time, but they're really pushing hard. I don't understand. Well, Stempel, he's made for a great villain. He's an arrogant know-it-all, and people tuned in to see if anyone could beat him. But now he's outworn his welcome. Ratings have dipped, and the sponsor's anxious for someone to take him out. That's where you come in. Well, I'm willing to give it a try, and I'm flattered you think I could do it. But if he's been on the show for a month, he must be very sharp. Well, that's what I want to discuss with you. I want to make sure you win. So you and I will go through the answers before the show. Van Doren is stunned. He feels his body filled with tension. Oh, goodness, I wasn't expecting this. I don't think I'm comfortable with being given the answers. Is that even legal? Well, it doesn't matter. Nobody's going to find out, because this will be just between you and me, right? The sponsor won't know. The audience sure as heck won't. The host won't even know. Yes, but I will. And I'm not sure I want to live with that. Well, it's just a TV show. There's no victim here. Stempel's played his part. He's made a bundle. Now it's your turn. All you have to do is answer the questions, throw in a few dramatic pauses for effect. Well, I'm sure I could give the performance, but I don't know if I want to. Charles, here's the deal. I can promise you $8,000 minimum. And if the ratings jump like I suspect they will, then we'll have you back to make a lot more. A month. And even more important, I want to help you make a name for yourself. No man should have to live in the shadow of his parents, right? Play ball with me, and you'll be the biggest star in your family. Van Doren leans forward, holding his head in his hands as he thinks over Friedman's offer. He knows that Friedman is trying to manipulate him by bringing up his family. But the producer isn't wrong. It would be nice to be in the spotlight for once. The money wouldn't hurt either. A few days after meeting with Albert Friedman, Charles Van Doren agrees to play his role in the rigging of 21. And with contestant Herbert Stempel also being supplied with the answers beforehand, their impending matchup will mark the first time that both players are on board with a fully scripted episode. When the contestants face off on the night of November 28, 1956, it goes just how Friedman and his boss Dan Enright planned it. Both contestants perform their roles to perfection and play to 3 consecutive ties. And as the prize money rolls over and escalates with each subsequent tied game, the suspense only grows, with Van Doren and Stempel now set to return the following week. The morning after this episode airs, Enright calls Friedman into his Manhattan office to celebrate and plot the next steps for the show. Enright is at his desk looking over printouts of last night's ratings when Friedman enters the room. Enright holds up the papers and shares the good news. Last night's episode produced the highest ratings in the history of the show, and the number of viewers steadily increased as the episode went on. The sponsor's ecstatic, and according to the studio manager, people have been lined up since dawn trying to get tickets to see next week's rematch. Enright goes on to gush over Van Doren's performance in particular, congratulating Friedman on finding the perfect contestant. He explained that it's now obvious that Van Doren should be the ultimate victor, but he wants to talk through how to script it. Enright suggests that since the 3 straight ties were such a smashing success, they should have the 2 men tie 3 times again next week, send the ratings even higher. But Friedman pushes back, arguing that 6 consecutive ties could arouse suspicions. He wonders aloud what the statistical likelihood of that would be. All it would take is for one mathematically inclined viewer to run the numbers, and people might start poking around into what's really going on behind the scenes. Enright argues that ties may now have been proven to be the secret to the show's success, and they'd be foolish not to milk them for all they're worth. The room goes silent for a moment as both men think it through. Then Friedman speaks up, offering a compromise. Perhaps they could have just one more tie game at the top of the next episode, and then Van Doren could win in the second game. Enright mulls it over, then finally with a nod agrees. Then he moves on to the topic of how to get Stempel off the show in the most entertaining fashion. He compares it to professional wrestling, in that in every staged match, there's a moment near the end where it looks like the villain is seconds away from pinning the hero. But then the villain makes a foolish mistake, allowing the hero to score a dramatic come-from-behind win. The crowds just eat it up. Friedman likes the idea, so Enright suggests that in their final game, Stempel should run up a seemingly insurmountable score, 15-0 or even more. Then he'll have Stempel miss an easy question, something most people watching at home would get. The audience will finally get the satisfaction of seeing that Stempel, the so-called human computer, is mortal after all. Friedman loves the idea, and with the basic scripting settled, he heads down to his own office to call Van Doren with the good news. But that leaves Enright to begin thinking of how best to break the news to Stempel. He's expressed that his time on the show has been one of the greatest experiences of his life. So if he learns that he's being replaced by a new star contestant, Enright knows there's a chance that Stempel will not go quietly.
Slow movements and feeding on the water's surface puts manatees in danger of boat strikes. Tune in today to Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, the podcast, to meet a dedicated team working to protect Florida's gentle giants.
Hey, it's A. Martinez. I work on a news show, and yeah, the news can feel like a lot on any given day, but you just can't ignore las noticias when important world-changing events are happening. So that is where the Up First podcast comes in. Every single morning, in under 15 minutes, we take the news and boil it down to 3 essential stories. Listen to the Up First podcast from NPR.
By the first week of December 1956, Herbert Stempel has reigned as 21's champion and breakout star for more than a month. In that time, he's won a life-changing amount of money and come to enjoy being treated as a celebrity by the public, and he's done it with the help of the show's lead producer, Dan Enright. Stempel has received the answers to trivia questions before each episode, And in exchange, Stemple has done everything Enright has asked. He stuck to a tightly controlled script, altered his appearance and mannerisms to portray himself as a charmless nerd, and even signed a secret agreement to accept a reduced payout of prize money. But on the most recent episode, Enright introduced a new wrinkle to the show that has Stemple worried. Stemple has become accustomed to winning every game handily, but this time the episode ended in 3 consecutive ties between himself and a charismatic new contestant, Charles Van Doren. With each tie, the money rolled over to the next game, and now the 2 contestants are set to square off once again with an enormous amount of money going to the victor. Stemple is praying it'll be him. So on December 4th, when Stemple heads into Enright's office to rehearse the following night's episode, he's eager to hear what Enright has planned. But immediately, Stemple notices something odd. A pile of vinyl records stacked on the couch. Dan, what's all this? Oh, it's something I thought you'd like to have. Audio recordings from all of your appearances on the show. Token of my appreciation, since this might be the last time you're here in the office. Last time? What do you mean? I'll be rehearsing with a different producer going forward? Let me show you something. Close the door, please. Stemple watches as Enright walks to a chalkboard on the wall and begins sketching. See, these are the ratings for 21. You can see we started out quite low, way down here. Then we brought you on, and there was an immediate spike, which was great. But over the weeks, this line plateaued and then began to dip. But then last week, as soon as we introduced Charles Van Doren, we shot up to a new all-time high. I hope you can see where I'm going with this. You're saying I'm off the show. You're going to replace me with Van Doren. Look, try not to take this too personally. You have had a very good run, and we both knew it wouldn't last forever. You agreed from the beginning to do everything I asked, and, well, now I'm asking you to lose. Stemple begins pacing anxiously, panic rising in his chest. He feels like his newfound identity as a quiz show champion is being stripped away from him. There's got to be another way. Let's make a deal. Don't give me the answers this time. Let me just play Van Doren straight up. We both know I can beat him. You said I had the highest score ever on that application test. Nah, I'm sorry, Herb. You've been a great contestant. But 21... a business decision here. Well, I guess now I have my own decision to make. Once we're live on air, I can do or say anything I want, right? Maybe I'll decide to answer all the questions correctly. Blow up your little plan with Van Doren. Well, I think that would be a bad idea. Why is that? Because I've got nothing to lose now. Well, because I was hoping this would be just the start of our partnership. My company has several quiz shows on the air now and more in the works. So I'd like to put your talents to work as a full-time research consultant. You could make a real career out of it. And the money for a TV producer can be quite good. Are you being serious? Of course I'm being serious. Come back and see me as soon as you graduate in June. And in the meantime, I want you to be something of an ambassador for 21, keeping you in the public eye. I'm talking to NBC right now about booking you as a guest on The Tonight Show. It all depends on you playing your role tomorrow night. Stemple takes a moment to consider this offer. He despises the idea of intentionally losing to a man he knows he can beat. But what Enright said is true. Stemple did agree to bow out whenever asked. He just hoped it wouldn't be so abrupt. So now he imagines himself making a good living working behind the scenes, perhaps even working directly with Enright. And sitting on the guest couch of The Tonight Show wouldn't be bad either. All of this was unimaginable just 6 weeks ago, and he'd be a fool to throw it away now. Stemple swallows his pride and agrees that he'll follow Enright's script and bow out gracefully, but he says he's not happy about it. Herb Stemple agrees to intentionally on the next episode of 1. His excitement over a potential career in television gives way to resentment over being pushed off the show. NBC promotes the episode as a showdown between humble college student Stemple and the upper-crust Ivy League professor Charles Van Doren. But Stemple knows he's the smarter man and finds the framing deeply insulting. So to soften the embarrassment of his impending loss, Stemple reveals to a half-dozen people that he's been instructed to take a dive. He tells his wife, family friend, his maid, even his barber and pharmacist. And on the day of the show, December 5th, Stemple shows up to the studio looking much different than previous episodes. Rather than the old, ill-fitting suits of his disheveled, unlikable character on the show, now Stemple dons his nicest suit, determined to look his best for what will be his quiz show funeral. But when the cameras roll, Stempel sticks to Enright's script, which calls for him to tie the first game and then lose the second. But he's mortified when he's forced to intentionally miss one particular question. With Stempel leading the first game 16-0 and one question away from victory, he's asked who won the 1955 Academy Award for Best Picture. Stempel knows the answer is the Ernest Borgnine film Marty. Not only is this an incredibly easy question, but it also happens to be Stempel's favorite movie. Being forced to pretend he doesn't know the answer is humiliating. Still, Stempel keeps his promise and incorrectly answers on the waterfront, allowing Van Doren to stay alive and eventually tie the game in dramatic fashion. Then in the next game, Stempel once again deliberately fails to answer a question correctly, and host Jack Barry declares Van Doren the winner. In a daze, Stempel leaves his soundproof isolation booth and begrudgingly shakes Van Doren's hand. The crowd explodes in applause for the new champion as the show's triumphant theme music plays. And then, just moments later, it's all over. The music stops and the house lights come on. The audience begins to file out. Stempel watches as Enright springs onto stage, brushes past him, and greets Van Doren with a big slap on the back. This gesture couldn't be any more clear. Van Doren is now 21's chosen son, and Stempel is old news. So he hangs his head and walks backstage alone to have his makeup removed. But as Stempel takes his seat in the chair, he can hear a pair of stagehands talking nearby. They're discussing the episode, and one of them remarks that he's happy to finally have a clean-cut intellectual as a champion, saying Van Doren is much more likable than Stempel, who's just some freak with a good memory. Stempel feels like he's had a knife shoved in his heart. His instinct is to confront the man, grab him by the lapels and scream, "The show is rigged. He could have beat Van Doren." He wants to tell him that he's not a freak. He was just playing a character that Dan Enright invented. But Stempel doesn't do any of that. He just takes a deep breath as he thinks better of it. Enright has promised him a job with his production company, along with an appearance on The Tonight Show. It would be foolish to throw these opportunities away by running around backstage telling the people the show's a hoax. But as Stempel swallows his anger, he wonders if he can really trust Enright to come through with everything he's promised. This is the same man who set him up to unwittingly play the role of 21's villain, made him sign away a sizable chunk of his rightful winnings. But this time, if Enright betrays him again, Stempel has leverage. He knows firsthand what goes on behind the scenes of 21, and if he needs to, that's a card he's going to play. From Wondery, this is episode 2 of Quiz Show Rigging for American Scandal. In our next episode, Charles Van Doren becomes the biggest quiz show star in television history. But soon, the industry's dark secrets are going to come out, and the public will demand answers.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A chaotic scene. Local pastor Matt Baker has arrived home to find his wife Carrie unresponsive in their bedroom.
I put my head to her chest and no air coming out, felt her pulse, nothing.
An EMT told me that my daughter was dead.
There was a piece of paper on the end table, and something didn't sit right.
Your wife took her own life, and it's pretty obvious.
I just kept saying there's no way.
Was there an autopsy done initially?
There was no autopsy done.
We don't think Carrie killed herself. We know she didn't. your assignment for today?
We're investigating.
We did. It was nonstop all the time.
I would go, good morning, angels.
Charlie's Angels of Waco. They were this group of strong women who were not going to just let this go.
You're presented with a crime scene that's not really a crime scene, right?
Things aren't adding up. I have to know the truth. What are you talking about? Murder?
What's your emergency?
My wife is laying in the bed. Her lips are blue, hands are cold.
It was just before midnight here in the small town of Hewitt, Texas, on the outskirts of Waco. Beloved minister Matt Baker comes home to find his wife unresponsive in their bedroom. Their two young daughters asleep in their beds. Matt calls 911.
Are you in there with her right now? Is she conscious?
No,
she's breathing. Did you see what happened to her?
No, I do not know.
The ambulance is on the way, okay? Are you outside her right now?
Yes.
Matt had been beside his wife Carrie since they met at a Baptist summer camp and fell in love.
I was the assistant director and she was one of the camp counselors. And from day one, we kind of hit it off.
Carrie fell head over heels. She told the family that she'd met a good Christian boy and she'd fallen in love. Her faith was the core of who she was. And so it was very important to her that she found someone whose faith was aligned with hers. Matt grew up in Kerrville. He too came from a very religious family. Carrie, she was always the bubbly little blonde and just loved life. People were drawn to Carrie.
She was so funny. And when Carrie laughed, she laughed with her whole body. Everyone in the room just could feel her because she was just so free-spirited.
I don't think there was ever a question Carrie was right or not right for me. It was we moved fast. We met in May and married in August.
We tried to talk Carrie into waiting a little longer. She really did not want to. Carrie was looking for a husband with morals and values that were similar to what she had, and Matt, she believed, had those.
That you may fear the Lord your God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command you.
She was marrying a Baptist minister. How good is that? You couldn't pick a better guy than Matt Baker.
Can you say Merry Christmas? Right here, take your pacifier out. Say Christmas. Can you give a kiss?
The kids came quickly.
Oh.
They looked like this perfect young couple with this beautiful baby. Carrie wanted children. She always had. And she was a wonderful mother. And then Cassidy came. It looked to the outside world like everything was just coming together for the Bakers.
If you know our children, not my wife Carrie, and it's special for me to do this because they are my children, our children.
Cassidy, hi.
But it was just after Cassidy's first birthday when the family was dealt some heartbreaking news about her.
It turned out that she had a brain tumor. Carrie was devastated, absolutely devastated. We went to Cook Children's Hospital, Fort Worth.
It was a scary time, and she struggled in pediatric ICU for 60 days. They started chemotherapy on her.
They didn't know if she would make it through, but she did.
We get to bring her home. That was one of the happiest days.
She needed a lot of care when she came home, but she was expected to recover.
The Academy Awards were playing that night, and I remember staying up watching that. I went in and checked on Cassidy, and she was fine. I gave her a kiss, and said a prayer, checked on her older sister, kissed her, said a prayer, and went to bed.
A little while later, he got back up and went and checked on her a second time. This time he started screaming. Carrie jumped up, ran into the room, found Cassidy, and she wasn't breathing at all.
I yell at my wife as I'm taking her out of the bed, and I put her on the floor and I begin CPR. She calls 911.
They brought Cassidy to the hospital, but they weren't able to save her. Cassidy died.
I know we dealt with it differently. We would have discussions about it, pray about it. And it was a struggle.
Carrie bled grief after Cassidy died.
And she was having a difficult time sleeping.
Taking over-the-counter sleep aid since Cassidy died.
She could not calm down at night without sleeping pills.
What helped her faith in her family was she saw a grief counselor for a year. She talked things through.
The death of a child always puts a terrible strain on a marriage. Carrie really fought to keep that marriage together. She loved Matt. She wanted it to work out.
I just told Carrie that men and women often grieve in different ways.
In time, the Bakers and their daughter tried to move ahead with their lives.
It was a year and a half after Cassidy's death. Carrie found out that she was pregnant. Carrie said that the baby was coming by the grace of God.
There was definitely a fear in my wife that I had not seen before. A fear of what if. I lost one, what if we lose another one? I can't handle that.
She loved her girls, and she was so strong for them. Cassidy's life was cut short, but she had them.
The four of them looked like this perfect little family. You would think, oh look, they just have it all.
EMS, what's your emergency?
Almost exactly 7 years after the death of her daughter Cassidy, Carrie is now seemingly lifeless on their bedroom floor while her husband works to save her.
Do compressions first, okay? Just keep doing compression.
Auto. Mute memory.
Waco is a great city. It's very religious. You can't walk a block without seeing a church.
It's small enough that most people are just a degree or two away from knowing everybody else.
Hewitt, Texas is a suburb of Waco. Back then, maybe 12,000 people. They have their own city, government, police.
And when Carrie and Matt moved in, they quickly became part of the community.
But in early April 2006, right here in the heart of the Bible Belt, a chaotic scene is unfolding inside this house. Local pastor Matt Baker has arrived home to find his wife Carrie unresponsive in their bedroom.
And what's the problem? Tell me exactly what happened.
My wife is laying in the bed, and her lips are blue, hands are cold.
Is she conscious?
No,
she's breathing?
No, she's not breathing at all. No pulse or anything.
I put my head to her chest and didn't see or feel her chest rising. No air coming out. Felt for pulse. Nothing.
Okay, listen carefully. I need you to get her laying flat on her back on the ground and remove any pillows, okay?
Okay, put her on the floor.
Correct.
She's on the bed now. Put her on.
All right, she needs to be on the floor, yes, sir.
Okay.
The 911 operator tells Matt to do CPR, to put Carrie on the floor and start CPR.
Do that and tell me when you're done. Okay, hold on.
Okay, hold on. Oh my. Okay, hold on.
I did not want the EMTs to come in and see her naked. And so I put her clothes on her, for her. And as I'm taking her off the bed, fluid comes out of her mouth onto the floor, and it smells of alcohol.
You're going to push down firmly 2 inches with only your lower hand touching her chest. You're going to do it fast and hard 400 times. 400? 400 times is the latest we've been instructed to do. Okay? 400. Twice per second. Rest it off? After the 400. You're going to, correct. It's going to be about twice per second. It'll take you about 3.5 minutes to do it, okay? Start right now. I'll tell you when to stop. All right.
While on the phone, Matt asks the 911 operator to call Carrie's parents because he says his daughters are also in the house.
I need to get a hold of her parents. They live in town, and I want them to come over and be with the kids.
Get somebody else started on this, okay?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We received a phone call from the 911 operator telling us that we needed to get over to my daughter's house, that there had been an accident. We needed to get over there immediately.
Oh, she's got foam or something coming out of her nose. Okay, someone's at the front door. I gotta go.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
My name is Michael Irvin. I was a patrol officer with the city of Hewitt, and at that time I had only had about 6 months of actual law enforcement experience. I was the first officer to respond to the house. There was actually an EMT that met me in the front yard. Matt Baker actually met us outside and then walked us in, and he took us straight into the bedroom where his wife was at.
The EMTs go in and they find Carrie on the floor. She's wearing a t-shirt and a pair of underpants.
And they come in, and I step away and let them start working.
There was a glass there that was actually still cold, if I remember correctly, which led into his account of what happened that night.
It'd been a typical Friday night that Matt says started with him and Carrie sharing
that I purchased. And so she drank one, I drank one. We take our oldest daughter to swim practice that night. On the way, my wife started saying her stomach was hurting. She just felt nauseated, wasn't feeling very good.
After the family returns home, Matt says Carrie wasn't feeling well, and after taking...
Came back, laid down with my wife. She's still in bed, half asleep, and she wants another drink. He has a drink, I have one too. It's up at about 11 o'clock. It's 11. Because we have a busy day tomorrow.
He left to go get him one, came back, and he discovered that he couldn't get back in.
Walked to the bedroom door, and it's closed. And I try the knob, and it's locked. Carrie, there's no response.
Matt finds a small screwdriver to try to open the door.
So I pop and find her in bed. And it was walking in the room when I found Kathy.
EMT the Baker residence. Carrie, police take note of those wine coolers on the bedside table and something else.
There was this bottle of Unisom that it was almost empty.
She had been taking sleeping pills to go to sleep since Cassidy passed away, and started taking more and more of them. And we had discussions that you've got to stop doing this. This is too many. This can be dangerous.
We ran out of the car, and as I started running up to the front of the house, an EMT person stood in front of me and grabbed me and told me that my daughter was dead. I just kept saying, there's no way.
There was a piece of paper on the end table, and something didn't sound right. For me, it all pointed back to that note.
A friend frenzied scene has been unfolding in the middle of the night at the Baker's home. Matt Baker's wife is dead, and there's a note.
On the bedside table, there's a suicide note.
That was the first time that the word suicide entered my mind. I had no idea at that moment what had happened.
In the note, there was reference to Cassidy. Matt explained to me that Cassidy was their daughter. And it's a very difficult time for Carrie because of the anniversary of Cassidy passing away. The first person I remember showing up after me, I explained all the things that Matt had showed me, and I took a step back.
In Texas, in small counties where they don't have medical examiners, the justices of the peace decide what happens when there's an unexplained or a sudden death.
I do remember in that phone call, it was Judge Martin.
They told him they had a suicide note and they had alcohol and that they had pills. And Billy Martin did not order an autopsy.
It was classified as a suicide based on the preliminary investigation.
At that point is done.
Carrie Baker's family and her church community are shocked by her suicide.
I hurt for her. I hurt that someone hurt enough that they made that choice.
We're just trying to put one foot in front of the other and get through this. This is...
Less than 1 week after Carrie's funeral, Pastor Matt Baker is back at the pulpit here at Crossroads Baptist delivering the Easter sermon. He tells his congregation that just like Jesus, Carrie has risen up to heaven.
There was always a desire in her to be with the daughter in heaven now. Needed her, she needed Cassidy.
This was my wife's Bible that she carried for a year.
Matt had given her a Bible years earlier, and she started writing her feelings in the margins.
She says, I want to go with Cassidy. She could never let go of Cassidy. It was such a strong hold on her.
The week Carrie died, she had a session with her grief counselor and also saw a doctor who prescribed her medication.
The next day she ripped up the prescription. She wouldn't fill it.
After finding out Carrie died, I had talked to my sister Kay. I just kept saying there's no way.
Carrie would never take her own life.
And then that's when she told me about a visit she got from Joanne.
Joanne Bristol is Carrie's grief counselor and also friends with Carrie's aunt, Kay Bailey.
She had had a session with Carrie earlier that week. She had shared with me what Carrie had shared with her, that Carrie found some crushed pills in Matt's briefcase.
Joanne Bristol also shared that detail and others with police in the days following Carrie's death.
My sister Kay and I, we all started talking, not around Linda, but we all were sitting there going, what are we going to do? Because we knew so much about Matt.
We were at a church camp together. Matt, I believe, had been written up at that camp, harassing girls that I went to school with.
There was also an alleged incident from his college days involving a fellow student.
Afraid of him, my young adulthood.
Laura Wilson filed a complaint against Matt, saying he sexually assaulted her.
We were both student trainers, freshman trainers.
She was cleaning the bathrooms. Matt came in and offered to help.
He came up behind me and he pinned my arms behind my back and started trying to kiss me. I kept telling him to stop. He came up from behind me and he began running his hand between my legs.
I was struggling to get away. He didn't stop with the kiss. He didn't stop with the touching until he was ready to stop. Now I'm left with myself violated, in shock, not knowing what to do.
All I can tell you is when she left the facility, was in tears, but nothing that I did.
After the assault happened, his words to me were, "I never meant to hurt you."
At the time, Laura told a college staffer about the alleged assault. Matt was not disciplined.
I dropped out, dealt with recurring nightmares, dealt with trust issues in relationships. It derailed my life for many, many years. I became a different person.
She eventually filed a report with police years later. They began looking into the allegations, but stopped once they realized the statute of limitations had passed. Matt Baker denies assaulting Laura or harassing any female campers.
Things have been said that can be misconstrued, misinterpreted, but I can't say this, I never accosted anybody.
Throughout Matt and Carrie's marriage, rumors of alleged inappropriate sexual behavior would continue to follow the preacher, but his wife stood by him.
She loved Matt. When Carrie heard allegations that Matt had been inappropriate with young women, she was his staunchest defender. She told one young woman, when you marry a Baptist preacher, women are going to come forward and make false allegations, and you have to protect him.
Carrie believed him, and we believed Carrie. She was telling us the truth, as she knew it.
I think there's a presumption with a man of God that they have a certain character and a certain ethical base, and we believe that.
Linda's sisters had hoped that by talking to her about the various past allegations against Matt, she might start to see him in a different light. But she didn't. She still had faith in her son-in-law.
My sisters came over, and I told them, let's just grieve and let this go.
But the family wouldn't let it go.
Started with the cell phone records.
And Linda soon makes a startling discovery.
Something wasn't right.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later. Or find must-haves like milk and eggs, alongside really wants like froyo and sushi. Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
I don't know about you, but these days it feels like the world and our lives are moving at hyperspeed. The all-new Nissan Murano is an unapologetic refuge amidst the hustle and bustle. In the Nissan Murano, you can take a beat, catch your breath, and re-energize. With its elevated modern interior, this vehicle stands out. Its massaging leather-appointed seats melt away the tension of a busy day, adds to that feeling of refuge. Optional features like panoramic moonroof that adds tons of natural light to its roomy cabin, and ambient lighting sets the right vibe. So crucial in dreary winter days. The Bose premium sound system helps you escape further into your favorite music. The Nissan Murano and all its features gives you the greatest rush, while not feeling like you're rushing at all. Find your moment of calm in the all-new Nissan Murano. Drive the all-new 2025 Nissan Murano today. Features listed or available upgrades.
Over the years, since her daughter Cassidy's death, Carrie Baker was in and out of counseling, dealing with her grief, especially around the time of year when Cassidy died.
Anytime you got close to the anniversary of the death of Cassidy or her birthday or holidays, there was definitely a deep sadness.
But there was more going on that year. There was the fact that she was uncertain about her relationship with Matt. She sensed that something was very wrong. After Carrie's death, Linda's sisters sat down with Linda and said, we don't believe that Carrie committed suicide.
While Linda may
I remember Nancy saying, Linda, have you ever considered that perhaps Carrie did take her life? I remember stammering and saying, oh, what are you talking about? Murder?
We don't think Carrie killed herself. We know she didn't.
to tell Linda what they say they learned from Carrie's therapist.
Carrie had shared with her that she'd found some crushed pills in Matt's briefcase, and she was afraid that Matt might possibly try to kill her.
She said, I think Matt's trying to kill me. And then she started laughing and she said, oh no, Matt would never do that.
But at the same time, I thought this would make more sense because I knew that Carrie would never take her own life.
But I think if truly Carrie went and said that and was fearful for her life, the counselor should have done more and didn't. Looking back, I think it was a scream. At the first scream in a series of screams that took place that week of, I'm hurting more than you think I am.
Murder, I mean, that's just not something that I could wrap my head around. I needed time to think, to process. This was too difficult for me to be able to discuss.
But then shortly after Carrie's death, Linda says she began to notice Matt was keeping her granddaughters away from her. No more babysitting, no more invitations to school events.
At that point, she started to feel a little different what was going on here and why was this happening.
Linda remembers Matt and Carrie's cell phones were part of her family plan, so she decides to have a look at the phone bill.
The first really odd thing she noticed was that Matt had continued to call Carrie's cell phone weeks after Carrie had died. It made no sense at all, and then it all started to click. Matt's giving Carrie's phone to someone.
And I think you said calling all angels, but we all went over to your house. You said, we need to get together and talk.
At that point, Linda started to think that maybe her sisters were right, and maybe they really did need to look into this.
It started with the cell phone.
And I immediately figured out it was Vanessa Bowles.
Vanessa Bowles was the daughter of the music minister at Crossroads Church where Matt was the preacher.
The relationship really started between my wife and her. They became friends.
Vanessa had a little girl that reminded Carrie of the baby she had lost.
There were only 3 young families in the church that had small children. So we naturally just kind of congregated together because we had similar interests. We were friends.
Vanessa would later describe in a recorded interview how she says the friendship evolved.
So I just got divorced, and it was nice to have someone, to talk to, who was in a pastoral position.
And she gives her explanation of why she has Carrie's phone.
We were starting to talk and become friends. Then I said, don't call my cell because my mom pays for my meds and I don't want to run over during the day. I've done that many times before. And he was like, well, I still have Carrie's phone, so I can give that to you.
Maybe Matt was simply seeking comfort in the friendship of a fellow churchgoer. But for Linda, those phone bills had set off alarm bells.
Linda went to the Hewitt Police Department. She showed them the phone bills, but they weren't interested. This was a done case. It was over as far as they were concerned.
That's when Linda said, I need my angels over here.
I would email them. I would go, good morning, angels.
She would always tell us, you need to do this. And
here's your assignment for today.
We're investigating.
We did. It was nonstop all the time.
The assignments Linda gave out involved going through the garbage.
And Charlie was doing some digging right alongside her angels as well. She researched whether overdosing on a sleep aid could have really killed Carrie. And she questioned Matt about those alleged crushed pills.
I talked to Matt about the crushed pills.
My wife said she found him in a briefcase when she was looking for a pen. She said, well, did a kid where you work put it in your bag?
Matt claims that unknown to him, some kids at work may have been spitting out pills into his briefcase.
But that seemed odd because the pills didn't look like they'd been spit out.
What he said couldn't have happened.
And so Kay called Judge Billy Martin to find out why he had ruled Carrie's death a suicide.
I talked to him about the suicide note, and he mentioned it being signed, and I said it was not. He goes, well, you need to talk to the police. I said, we've already done this, and we just want somebody to investigate it more.
And it was about that time where Matt's story no longer made sense. There were inconsistencies, outright lies, and we needed more answers.
So following the family's urging, police bring Pastor Matt Baker in for questioning.
Well, I just want to sit and talk to him.
Questions needed to be asked, and questions needed to be answered.
Police, but her family began investigating on their own, and they urged police to question her husband, preacher Matt Baker.
I just want to sit and talk to him. I just want to talk about what happened. Absolutely. That way we can clear all this up, because I'm sure you know what I'm getting at. Okay, as far as Linda, you know what I'm saying.
It was a very odd week. I mean, but not behavior that would have raised red flags.
Right.
If that makes sense. You know, it was one of those deals that I knew she was depressed.
The conversation continues with Matt sharing his own view on what he believes might have happened.
I left about 11 or so. I wasn't gone maybe 40 minutes.
You left the house and went down.
I wasn't even gone long at all. And that was the strange thing about it. I questioned where she would have taken the medicine. Personally, I think the medicine and just knocked out. Me trying together to make it, you know, I don't know.
Okay. Like I said, I just want to sit and talk shit about this thing. But kind of, if I asked you to take a, would you be willing to do so?
Matt eventually passes a polygraph arranged by his attorney. Upset that police continue to consider Carrie's death a suicide, Linda pulls together a team of her own.
Linda ended up making an appointment to talk to a former federal prosecutor.
Now in private practice, Bill Johnston had been a federal prosecutor in Waco, Texas.
The Branch Davidian complex in Waco, Texas goes up in flames.
11 of the survivors now face murder and conspiracy charges in connection with the killing of 4 federal agents.
And in 1993, he was part of the team prosecuting the 11 surviving Branch Davidians.
Those agents did not die in vain. Mrs. Doom came to me and she said, I've heard maybe you can help me.
She explained to Bill that she doesn't believe her daughter took her own life, so she'd been working on Carrie's case with her angels.
What Charlie's angels were bringing to us was invaluable. They were this group of strong women who were not going to just let this go. They brought a series of stories about Matt's conduct at different points in his life.
Bill pulled together his own posse. He brought together retired lawmen to take over this investigation.
I called them my guys, and they became as invested in this case as if they were fighting for their own child.
The biggest thing was to get the body exhumed, get an actual autopsy, and find out what had actually happened to Carrie Baker, how she'd actually died.
we started unraveling this thing bit by bit by bit.
Matt Cawthon is a member. He joins the team and reviews the evidence on the case.
That I could not automatically agree with the Hewitt police investigation. So I thought, okay, let's kind of break it down.
You're presented with a crime scene that's not really a crime scene, right?
These are photographs. As you can tell, there's just not much to them. There were so many things early on in this investigation that just did not match. And part of it was Matt Baker's explanation of his timeline.
He says he left and then he came back, and it was such a short time that she couldn't have died within that period.
That was the theory that we were operating on. His timetable did not really match up. This is an overall view of Hewitt, Texas, and it's not large.
And these locations are very close to each other.
Minutes apart, especially that time of night.
The team was also troubled by Carrie's suicide note, which Officer Michael Irving says was pointed out by Matt.
He just said, there's a suicide note, suicide note, suicide note. So he did straight to note.
It says, tell my mom and dad that I love them too. In this case, two is T-O, not comma, T-O-O.
He was a teacher. Good tell.
Yeah.
Something didn't right. And for me, that note, that suicide note, I didn't speak up. At that time, I've been a police officer for 6 months. If I could go and turn back time, there are a lot of things I would have done differently.
Was there an autopsy done initially?
There was no autopsy done. And so at this point, we decided that we needed to have tissue samples from Carrie's body, so we wanted to have that body exhumed.
At the time of the Hewitt police investigation, they concluded Carrie had died by suicide of over-the-counter sleep medication.
One of the tasks that Linda took on for herself was investigating Unisom. She found that it would have taken a great deal to have caused Carrie's death, and that she wouldn't have died quickly.
We came up with clues that made us believe that perhaps there were prescription medications given to her without her knowledge.
Nearly 4 months after Carrie's death, the Texas Rangers, in conjunction with Hewitt Police, are able to get Judge Martin to sign an order allowing for the exhumation of Carrie's body.
As we gathered information from various sources, determined to, we need to go that route.
By this time, we were working pretty closely with a detective at the Hewitt Police Department.
It was critical that they had an autopsy.
We had a lot of circumstantial evidence, but we needed some scientific evidence, something that a prosecutor can hold in their hands and say, okay, now we may have something here.
What else would the Charlie's Angels of Waco and their investigative team learn?
A photograph was found on Matt Baker's computer. He tried to delete it.
We didn't know if she might have even been involved.
Was Carrie's death a terrible tragedy or something much more sinister?
A manipulative liar wearing the mask of God came into my life.
The Hewitt preacher's wife was found dead. Her death originally ruled a suicide. But is that how the mother of two really died?
Maybe someone had held that coarse material against her nose.
I think Carrie, on some level, understood that she was in danger.
But you also discover in that Bible, Lord, I'm asking you to protect me from harm.
He's having a conversation with the 911 operator, and he's not winded, and he's perfectly calm while he's talking. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think it happened that way.
You don't quickly dress a dead body.
Here's a picture of Matt Baker. Is this the other woman?
I'm gonna tell what you did. And he said, you better not do that.
Sometimes faith can be used to manipulate and to control people.
bad ones have the most power of anybody.
Here they were, the police, in the home of a Baptist minister with a suicide note, sleeping pills.
Matt Baker had lost a young daughter years earlier. He now appears to be facing yet another Carrie, but her family isn't buying it.
I knew that Carrie would never take her own life.
We will fight for the truth.
Could Carrie have been murdered? The Hewitt police, now collaborating with Texas Ranger Matt Cawthon, who's been working with Carrie's family, obtained an order to exhume Carrie's body. And the autopsy results are now in.
In her muscle tissue, there was a presence of Ambien. And that was huge. Huge.
At the time of her death, she didn't have a prescription for Ambien.
No.
The autopsy now lists Carrie's manner of death as undetermined.
Now you're in undetermined land. Now you're in a mystery. Now let's solve the mystery.
Bill Johnston and his team continue to dig, now taking a closer look at those few crime scene photos.
What's this?
This is a picture of Carrie's arm. And what you're seeing here is you're seeing the beginning of lividity, the purplish color from the cooling of the blood. You know, when the heart pumps, it pumps through the veins and the arteries. When the heart stops, everything settles to its lowest point. It's gravity. We have lividity set in the body, and that takes time. And this was a problem with Bill Johnston and his team.
And so we found the person who wrote the book on crime scene reconstruction, Tom Bevel.
The first responders from the medical field are saying that lividity either was setting in or set, which in that time frame, that's a problem.
So this is their home right there.
Yeah, this is their home. So if he leaves his house at 11, 45 to 55 minutes later, lividity could not have been set in as it was in the photographs, all right?
Cawthon and the team believe that Carrie was likely dead before Matt Baker left his home. So if Carrie's suicide was a homicide, how was she killed? The photograph showed something more.
In one of the photographs, there is a small abrasion that is to the bridge of her nose.
We surmised that this was very likely done using a throw pillow off of a couch. It was kind of a coarse material that very likely could have caused an abrasion.
Indicating that maybe someone had held that coarse material against her nose.
That's right.
The abrasion on Carrie's nose, it's not noted in the autopsy, but the presence of the generic form of Ambien is. So Bill Johnston wants to look into Matt's digital trail. He sues Matt for wrongful death and obtains access to his computer records.
A month before Carrie's death, they discovered Matt was on the computer searching for the term overdose by sleeping pills.
I did search that. I did research to see, can you overdose? Is that even a possibility that I need to worry about? My wife overdosing on sleeping pills.
As they continued to go through the computer, they found where he tried to buy Ambien, had moved it into a cart to purchase it.
And that bit of forensics in computers now hard linked into the toxicology forensics. Our theory became, the Ambien in the wine cooler, he got her sleepy with that so he could later suffocate her. That was our theory.
And remember those writings in Carrie's Bible about Cassidy? Well, those were written years earlier. But there was a recent troubling entry dated just 5 days before Carrie's death, which says, I feel like I have so much worry. Lord, I'm asking you to protect me from harm. I am not sure what is going on with Matt. What did that
It's ominous. It's almost like she is afraid of it.
Looking back on it, they were predictive.
I think Carrie, on some level, understood that she was in danger, and she didn't realize that at that point that he was involved with somebody else.
During this investigation, we got a clue from a woman who worked in a jewelry store and said within a couple of weeks after Carrie's death, Matt Baker comes into the jewelry store with a woman, and they're looking at engagement rings.
No, we were not. One of our rules for our kids was when they turn 6 years old, they can get earrings. And so we began looking for jewelry, earrings.
Here's a picture of Matt Baker. Is this the other woman?
This is Vanessa Bulls. She was the other woman. Now, this is a photograph that we found on his computer in.
We knew there was going to be a birthday party, and we took a picture of all the girls and Matt and Vanessa.
It wasn't long after Carrie's death when people came over. They didn't see any pictures of Carrie at all, but there was a picture of Vanessa with the girls. Two of Carrie and Matt's friends came to help with the party, and one of them stayed overnight, and she saw Matt sitting on the couch with Vanessa's head on his lap.
To Carrie's family, it was clear that a romantic relationship had developed between Matt and Vanessa. 4 months after Carrie's death, police believe Vanessa Bulls just might be the key to solving this case. So they bring her to the Hewitt Police Station for questioning.
It's just scary.
You may get a little excited when you shop at Burlington. Burlington saves you up to 60% off other retailers' prices every day. Will it be the low prices or the great brands? You'll love the deals. You'll love Burlington. I told you so.
Don't miss Good American Family.
We have a little girl here for adoption. She has dwarfism.
Starring Ellen Pompeo and Mark Duplass.
Something is off.
She's just a little girl. You think she's faking?
She has adult teeth. There are signs of puberty.
Inspired by the shocking stories that tore a family apart.
I don't know what's going on. How old are you? You should get a lawyer. You have no idea how those people hurt this girl.
The Hulu original series, Good American Family. New episodes Wednesdays. Streaming on Hulu.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Like I said, I'm going to ask you some questions about that, Carrie.
Okay.
It just doesn't mean the truth.
I'm sorry, this is just scary.
I know.
4 months after Carrie's death, Vanessa Bulls, the woman who appears to have become romantically involved with Matt Baker, is now sitting at the police station, answering questions about how that relationship unfolded.
Every once in a while, he started calling just to chat, just kind of asking about my divorce and, kind of saying how, like, God would work everything out.
How long was that it took it to progress to him calling a couple times a day?
I want to say a couple of weeks. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't nice to have someone who, had 2 daughters and would possibly, be the dad to my child.
Sure.
Being an affair that predated the killing, that would be big evidence.
Did you ever meet him romantically?
No.
Never? Okay.
After yes. After his wife passed away.
Okay.
Because I didn't think there was anything wrong.
2020 obtained emails never before broadcast that show Carrie and Matt's relationship unraveling in the weeks before Carrie's death, at the same time as Matt and Vanessa's phone calls start to heat up.
She sensed that something was very wrong.
In one of those emails, Matt blames Carrie for Cassidy's death, writing, "You wanted her to be pain-free. and then telling her your prayer was the one that was answered.
That made her angry, and she was going to leave him. I suggested they get counseling.
Back in that police interview, Vanessa, who at this point had broken things off with Matt, seems open to believe have.
Do you think
dead in her home. Her death originally ruled a suicide. But now, nearly a year and a half later, a judge has set a hearing to try to determine if that is how the mother of two really died.
A formal inquest into Carrie's death was held, but in the end, the justice of the peace, who initially declared it as suicide, made the same determination that the autopsy had made a year earlier.
The Carrie Lynn Baker's manner and cause of death shall be recorded as undetermined.
So what do you do?
At some point, we have to do what we think is right. And in this case, it was to get an arrest warrant for Matt Baker.
Even though it wasn't ruled a homicide, nearly a year and a half after Carrie's death, Matt Baker is arrested for her murder.
Matt accused of drugging his wife Carrie with sleeping pills and then suffocating her with a pillow.
There's no way that he could take a life. And I know my sons, and I just don't believe he could do that.
And we have breaking news for you now from the McLennan County Jail.
Matt Baker could be released any time now. His $200,000 bond has been paid in cash.
My best decision was to move away from there and to move back here to my hometown, where I felt support and felt loved.
And it's in Kerrville, about 200 miles from Hewitt, that our cameras catch up with Matt.
This is a little bit of everything. They have a cafe where they take flowers and they crush them up and pretend it's chicken noodle soup.
Don't be
Their father.
Everything to do is play with my dad.
After losing their mother.
Each have their own,
Mine.
you know, and they separate pants from shirts.
I pick mine and he picks hers.
But I have to okay hers.
Why?
Because she likes spaghetti straps.
He was a single parent, working and taking care of the schools. They emotionally attached to the dad very strongly, the younger one especially. This is my favorite because it used to be my dad's when he was.
Do a photo shoot with Texas Monthly.
Wanted to talk Matt Baker had it.
Tonight on 2020, was it suicide or murder?
The story.
I don't believe in adultery. I don't believe in divorce.
That for him was that he changed his story a little bit.
Police who found that suicide note.
One of the police officers found it and handed it to me, and I held it in my hands for a brief moment, and I looked at the first line, and I handed it back and said, I can't read it right now.
But listen as Matt refers to that suicide note in his 911 call.
My wife is laying in the bed, and her lips are blue, hands are cold, and there's a note that says, I'm sorry, basically.
There's no way I could ever have hurt my wife. I loved her. She's the mother of my children. And I missed her, and I did not hurt my wife.
We felt valid, but without a good prosecution.
Texas was then transferred to our office. And I believed that Matt had killed Carrie, but I didn't feel like that we had the proof to take it to a trial and get a conviction.
If you get an acquittal, it's over.
6 months after Matt Baker's arrest, the murder charge is dismissed after prosecutors failed to indict him.
It was frustrating, but I mean, we knew it would take time and we weren't going to stop.
People people started running around town with bumper stickers that said "Justice for Carrie." "Love trumps evil" was underneath it.
We had truth on our side. We had God on our side.
We had Bill Johnston, and we were going to continue civilly.
His story was not adding up anymore. You wouldn't have left those two girls there if you didn't think it was safe.
And would Matt's account of what he says he did when he found Carrie check out?
He's not winded, and he's perfectly calm while he's talking. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think it happened that way, Joe. I just don't.
When the criminal case was stalled and it wasn't going forward, Bill Johnston filed a wrongful death case, and that allowed him to subpoena Matt Baker for a deposition.
2.5 years after the death of his wife, Matt Baker is on the hot seat, answering questions under oath about the night she died.
About 10:45-ish, a little before 11, she asked me if I could run a couple of errands.
Had she sort of refreshed herself and gotten awake and got forward thinking by that time?
It was still kind of that half awake, just talking, but still kind of real drowsy.
I'm conjecturing that it went through his mind that maybe she already took all the sleeping pills before he left. Was she aware enough that you could observe that she could handle the kids needing her, for instance?
I felt that she probably could.
She had to be fine, or else she was incapacitated. He was a bad father, and he just left his girls with an incapacitated person. Which one isn't that? So he chose the high route. That yes, Carrie was fine. So if Carrie's fine, she's not getting ready to die.
Bill was able to ask him question after question after question and get answers from him that were very helpful.
While you had the phone pressed against your shoulder, put on her panties first, and then and she's on the bed at this time.
Correct.
But Matt had told police a different version of how he dressed Carrie that night.
So I put the panties on her in the bed as I was getting her out, and then when she was on the floor, I put her shirt on.
The clothing, it appears consistent, especially her panties, as to how you would typically find if they were put on by the individual, not somebody else with a lady who is not able to assist.
If he would lie about dressing her, why? And he wanted to explain that her body was cold by saying she was nude on top of the bed, as if she would have aired out, cooled off. Just a stick figure, but where she came to rest when she moved. How difficult was that to her?
I guess at the time you don't even think about it. You just do what you have to do.
We wanted to know if Matt's story holds up, so we asked Texas Ranger Matt put it to the at the time of her death.
He would have had to reposition the body. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think it happened that way. I just don't.
How much time would he have had to do this between the call to 911 and the chest compressions?
About 2 minutes.
To dress her, put her body on the floor, all while on the phone with 911. We're going to see if you can do this. I'm going to put a stopwatch to it, and here we go.
Well, I'm doing the best I can. I feel the phone about to fall.
We're at 48 seconds now. About a minute 20.
He's having a conversation with the 911 operator, and he's not winded, and he's perfectly calm while he's talking to the 911 operator.
That's 1 minute 57 seconds. And then
just to get her dressed. That doesn't include the removing from the bed and the chest compression.
And I know how to do CPR.
Oh, you do?
And listening to the 911 call, it sounded phony.
Do I need to go unlock the front door?
I'll let you know when they start getting close. Sorry.
I think he'd give himself an Oscar and I'd give him rotten tomato.
Just keep doing compression.
I would not have known at the time when I got there that he had been doing CPR.
You're still doing compressions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He did not sound winded at the
No,
phone.
not at all. He didn't have to do chest compressions because she was already dead. He killed her, I think, before he left to go on alibi errands.
Despite Matt's inconsistencies, prosecutors feel they need more, so they bring in a new detective to help with the investigation.
My name is Abden Rodriguez, and in 2009, I was a criminal investigator for the McLennan County District Attorney's Office.
I hear they call you the human lie detector?
I guess because of some of the confessions that I was able to get.
Abdon is asked to review the case and find evidence that would help indict Matt Baker.
I wanted to look at the interviews that had been done. There was a lot of deception, and I could see how, especially Vanessa was doing it.
How many times a week would you talk, do you think, prior to her death? Once every day for a couple hours, or maybe midday? Or...
Sometimes a couple times a day.
If you can see, she's got her arms crossed and her legs crossed. That's a big red flag to me.
When she passed away that week, how were the conversations? Were they kind of the same way they were before?
They were really the same.
And I told him, and I said, look, the whole key to this case is going to be Vanessa Booth. She's pretty and very smooth and friendly, but at the same time, you know she's...
If she might have even been involved.
After interviewing Vanessa, Abdon decides to subpoena to testify in front of a grand jury.
I said, I'm going to be there, and I'm going to listen to your testimony. And I said, and as soon as you lie, I'm going to file charges on you.
When they brought Vanessa Bowles in for the grand jury, that was kind of a last-ditch effort.
So we're like, okay, let's see what happens.
As she and I were walking down the hall, she whispered to me, I'm going to tell y'all everything.
Behind closed doors, Vanessa Bull's grand jury testimony is the last step in getting Matt Baker indicted.
A former preacher charged with the murder of his wife.
Finally, Vanessa's testimony is the smoking gun.
Yes, it was. She had everything we needed.
The civil case was dropped at that point in order to let the criminal case continue.
Matt Baker is charged with first-degree murder, accused of drugging and suffocating his wife Carrie and making it look like a suicide. He pleads not guilty. Now, 4 years after his wife's death, Matt Baker is on trial for her murder.
That first day of the trial, the gallery was full.
We have a lot of people here in the gallery today.
True crime author Catherine Casey was in the courtroom every day.
I followed this story the first time it hit the Texas newspapers. It was just so fascinating that this had unfolded, especially in Waco, in this city that's just dominated by religion.
Prosecutors began poking holes in Matt's story from that night, starting with the 911 call and his claim that he performed CPR on Carrie.
We're going to go ahead and do compressions. You're going to do it fast and hard 400 times. 400? 400 times.
Did any police officers arrive before you?
I was the first one there.
And what did he tell you?
He pulled her off the bed and put her on the floor in order to do CPR.
And what was his demeanor?
Very calm.
Did that strike you as odd?
Yes.
Even as a police officer, I would not be as calm as he was that night.
There was no way that in that period of time he was able to move her, dress her, and was doing CPR while he was having this conversation.
He wasn't sweating. He did not seem to be in any type of physical distress.
The computer expert found incredible evidence regarding searches, regarding suicide, regarding sleeping pills, and regarding which became.
Can you tell the jury what was the muscle tissue of Carrie Baker?
We found 3 different drugs: phentermine, diphenhydramine, and zolpidem. And then Zolpidem, its common name is Ambien.
We never were able to determine where he got the Ambien from.
But we were able to determine that he was going to these websites and that he had gotten as far as putting Ambien in a cart.
Defense attorney Guy Gray pointed out that there was no evidence that Matt actually ordered Ambien from that website.
They went through the process of looking at it, but it was aborted and purchased.
Carrie's grief counselor testified about those comments she says Carrie made about Matt.
She said, "I'm thinking my husband's going to kill me," but she recanted the statement.
How do you analyze that, and what do you think about that?
I felt that very well. She had never misled me, and so when she said, "Oh, but I know he wouldn't do that," I believed her.
You didn't advise her to leave the house or move out. You didn't call law enforcement. You took that as recanting as an accurate or true reflection of what was going on.
From her, yes.
Day 4 of the trial, the prosecutor here.
This case was one of those cases where all of the attention is focused on one witness, and that one witness was Vanessa Bowles.
State calls Vanessa Bowles. I remember looking at Matt more than looking at the jury's response. And
After years of denying their affair, Vanessa now admits that Matt began to pursue her even before Carrie died.
He started asking me things about my divorce and started telling me whoever finds you is going to be a lucky man.
did he say anything else unusual to you?
He came by and was kind of smiling. He said, "Oh, don't date other guys, just date your pastor," and kind of smiled.
Did he say anything else after that?
He said, "Will you really date your pastor? I've had a vasectomy, so I can't get you pregnant. Also, I don't have any STDs." And he also started telling me that because of Carrie's depression, as he stated, their sex life had been lacking.
And at the time, were you buying into what he was telling you about Carrie?
I was buying into everything. He was a complete, and still is, a manipulative liar who took me my vulnerable state and made me believe everything he said.
What happened then in early March as you and Matt started to spend Fridays at the Baker home?
He asked if he could hold my hands to pray, and he did. Then afterwards he started to kiss me. Then he just took my hand and led me to the bedroom.
Feeling guilty about being with her pastor, Vanessa says that Matt tried to reassure her.
I was extremely remorseful. I couldn't believe what just happened. He started saying, "It's okay, don't feel bad, just ask God to forgive you." And he said, in reality, he said, "I don't think God believes that anyone can just be with one person the rest of their lives."
After Carrie's death, Vanessa says Matt wanted more, perhaps even making her the next Mrs. Baker.
At some point, did you and Matt take the girls and go to Kay Jewelers in the mall?
We did. He stated that the girls wanted to go look at wedding rings for me.
Are you telling the jury that he was prepared at this point, a week or two after Carrie's death, to trade in Carrie's wedding set to get you a ring that you wanted?
Correct.
Matt had denied this in interviews, but a salesperson from the jewelry store corroborated Vanessa's account.
She tried on about 4 or 5 rings, asked his opinion. He just would tell her it didn't matter what he liked, it was what she liked, because she would be the one wearing it.
Vanessa then drops a bomb when she says not only did Matt want out of his marriage,
He said that if we ever fell so much in love that he would find a way out of it.
she also knows what happened to Carrie Baker.
I told her, "I'm gonna tell what you did." And he said, "You better not do that."